Yo, what is up everyone? My name is Daimien Kamiya. Welcome friends, foes, members of the Omni Council to a second stream of the day. More Kingdoms of Amalur. You know, after beating Ys, I had enough time that I might be able to make a little bit of progress in this game. Hello there, Mario Bros. Hello, girl. Though you commented about half an hour ago. I don't even know if you're still here. But yeah, so, I enjoyed my time with the Ys series. Maybe while I'm doing on this, like, I might bring some stuff up, because I'm still experiencing, like, a little bit of closure on that, like... But, I'm just gonna switch right into the game here. Once the game wants to, it's loading in, there we go. Anyway. But yeah, still a great series, like, I liked it. The only two games I didn't really like were the first two. Wasn't a whole lot of story. The gameplay was really, like, really annoying. But, like, the other games, there were parts that I enjoyed, parts that I liked. There was just many parts that I also didn't like. Wait a minute. What are you planning to catch? It's waist-high water and you're fishing in it. Yeah, I'm really interested to see where Ys 10 is going to go. I just hope, like, the producer, whatever, I don't remember the title exactly, but he said that he wasn't, if there was more of like a Souls-like element to the game, it would not be hard. They would ensure that it would not be hard, because he said the crowning aspect of the Ys franchise is the nature in which that almost anyone can pick up the game and play it. Right? And he said that he wants that to stay. He wants to maintain that ideal. So, I'll leave it in their capable hands. I imagine it'll probably be out for maybe, like, only that one concept art has been released so far. So I'm going to assume that maybe, like, a winter release. I gotta take out the, because, that enemy type can summon... That type can summon more Mergans as, like, the one I'm currently beating up. Yeah, I think if I ever, you know, whenever, like, I do want to come back to this game, so whenever I do, I think the challenge run will upgrade, so A, I can't run Universalist, and B, it's going to be a yellows and purple only playthrough. It'll also be very hard. So that means I can't use, I'll still allow myself to use potions, I guess, because I'm still really not using potions. But I can only use equipment or weapons that are either yellow or purple. So I can only use epics or armor sets. I don't have to run exact armor sets, but I have to run armor sets. The interesting thing about the armor set that I'm trying to run is if I run Blade Master, I can still equip it. Because only one of the armor pieces is mage based, and it's pants. And since mages don't actually run pants, like they have robes, it's the only non-robe mage equipment in the game. It doesn't have stat requirements. The helmet and the top are warrior, and the gloves and boots are thief.
What is it? You are my contact. I should have known. Punctuality is not one of your people's strengths, and you have so few. You may recall our mutual friend, Formerus Hughes, the gnome who brought you back to life? I suspect you would, but I gather you've been quite busy. Well, Scholar Hughes has been missing since the attack on his tower. As his patron, I am quite concerned. I want you to find him. You are, how shall I say, uniquely suited to the task.
Why do you seek Hughes?
Don't be obtuse. I am his patron. As such, I own everything that Scholar Hughes produces. I suppose that includes you as well. The secrets in his laboratories are meant for gnome eyes only. They must be controlled at any cost.
Why should I help you?
Scholar Hughes is responsible for the most valuable invention in recorded history. He must be protected. I am his patron. Not only am I responsible for his work, but also for his well-being. Formerus has done much for my standing. I owe him.
I'll find Hughes for you.
Scholar Hughes is quite fortunate to have friends like us. Hughes has an old laboratory in the cavern of Saltwell Mines. I believe he's been conducting research there since the destruction of Alistar Tower. Find him, and you will be rewarded for your contribution to science. I will await your success in the Librarium in Edessa.
Before I get going, I'm just gonna head back here, because I did get cursed, and I would very much like to get rid of that curse. Unlike diseases that you can't get rid of curses right away, so. Longest game I've ever played. Are we talking just the amount of playtime, or the amount of time it's taken me to play one game in a single file? Because, like, took me to play. I don't know. Probably a game like Skyrim, Kingdoms. One of these games, like, before I decide I'm done with, like, when open world games, there's so much to do. Skyrim's hard to say because there's so much vague things. But in Kingdoms of Amalur, there's actually a lot less vague because of the quest exclamation marks. When this game came out, when the re-release came out, I played it, did everything in the playthrough. And perfected it, did all the achievements, and took me about 300 hours, I think. Give or take, something around there.
Well, on your way with you.
But we're talking about general playtime. I imagine Maple Story is probably up there. I know Guild Wars 2 I have over 10,000 hours in. Maple Story, I spent a lot of, like, my teenage years, like, high school time in that game. Because I didn't really own many other games during that time period anyways. And then Borderlands 2 is the non-MMO, which is over 3,000 hours. Yeah, Borderlands 2 is my most played non-MMO, but that's not one single file. Yeah, I already committed to this stream, but I realized I realized in between this stream and the Yi stream that Hololive Myth is having their first gathering with all the girls. So likelihood is no one will show up for this. I know Mario Bros did, but like no new people will probably show up for this. That's fine. I just want to make a little bit of progress. Who knows, there's a likelihood that people may still click. It depends on recommendations. People that are watching the stream might get this in their recommendeds for all I know. Wow. I don't think I have that many hours in Cyber Sleuth. I know I have quite a bit, though. I could actually check. Let me check just quickly. $66.6 hours. So it took me 66 hours to play and beat the game. I didn't do everything, though. I gave up on the side missions in the last chapter. Because I just wanted, like, the game was starting to drag on a bit, and I just wanted to beat it. Obviously, I could have more if I played Hacker's Memory as well. I also only built for one team, so there's not going to be a whole lot of time in that. I don't know what's up here. Probably nothing important. Hey, Weirdness, welcome! Welcome to the stream. Anarchist shoes. Sorcery shoe, I can't... Well, technically I could equip this if I wanted to force it, but I don't plan to use it anyways. Fire damage, though, is pretty nice. When you factor in fire's probably the best spell in the game. Both fire spells. Like, I sadly won't, because I'm Universalist, I won't reach the top tier fire spell, but... Oh, God, is it good. It is quite literally a meteor. Very powerful. Probably one of, if not the best AoE move in the game. The lightning one's pretty good, too. I do not like the ice one, though. Ice one in this game is actually fairly similar to Skyrim's. Oh, do you still have school? Well, school's almost over, right? I'm not privy to where you are in the world, but I know, like, in North America, it's almost over. I'm sure it can't be too bad, though. You get the whole summer. You'll get the whole summer soon. Insert a Phineas and Ferb line somewhere along there. Annual problem for our generation is finding a good way to spend it. Like maybe building a army or climbing up the Eiffel Tower. Something that doesn't exist. We're giving a monkey a shot. Different kind of waves. Reading nanobots or locating Frankenstein's brain. So we're here. Finding a dodo bird. Minting a continent or driving a sister insane. As you can see, there's a whole lot of stuff to do before school starts this fall. Come on, Harry. Cause Phineas and Ferb are gonna do it all. Cause Phineas and Ferb are gonna do it all. No, Phineas and Ferb are making a title sequence. Such a good show. Stack some of these potions on certain boss fights. I do know that during these quests, once I get money, I'm going to start using it to kind of fund my way up the line here. I know I can't do much about blacksmithing, though, because blacksmithing requires an entire side quest. I believe I've gotten both stealth trainers. Stealth is Moon Camp and Star Camp. I'm pretty sure I got both of them. And I think the other one's the skill book.
Have I been down here so long? Is the madness so great that I see the faces of the damned before me? Or is it really you? It is! By the tome! Come closer. Let me look at you. It has been an eternity since I've seen a trusted face.
I'm here to help you.
Are you? In many ways, your awakening has brought me nothing but misery. But that is not your fault. I am to blame for all of it. Wait. Do you hear that sound? It could be the Sons of Laz, but it could be someone else.
Yo! Burn! Yo, level up. Excuse me, did I just not set fire to this whole group of assassins for no reason? Where am I? How am I trying to get rid of here?
The last we spoke, it was the Tuatha that reduced my lab to cinders. Now it's assassins. Everywhere I go, destruction follows. I have grown so weary of it, my friend. Thank you for more than just your protection, for being the one good thing to come of this disaster. I have few friends, but I gladly count you among them.
You just trust Octane?
My life, which is why I've been trying to contact him since I fled Alistar, but to no avail. Where is he now that I need him most? Wait, of course. He is the one I trust most, and the one who would benefit most from my death. I am a fool. Octane is behind the assassins, and now that you and I are together, he will try to kill us both. Why did I not see this before? If he could repair the Well of Souls in Alistar, then he has no need of me. Not if he has Ventrinio.
Who's Ventrinio?
We used to work together in this lab on projects sponsored by Templar Octane. But when we were tasked with creating the well, Ventrinio sought to use any means at our disposal, regardless of the implications or consequences. Eventually, he was taken away, and I was sent to work at Alistar. But it seems he continued his work here, long enough to create those monsters. They are the animated dead. Ventrinio named them after a mythical figure who rose from the dead. He looked
Lazarus.
at saw potential. I see only abominations.
Did you get me to Alabastra?
But Ventrinio's old notes suggest that he may know a way into Alabastra. I wonder, perhaps, is it possible that you have met Ventrinio already? That would explain it. You were attuned to his well, but raised from mine. Unfortunately, the only way to find Ventrinio...
That's super trippy.
Which will not be easy now that we know of his treasure.
Look at his face. The lenses of his glasses aren't... The model, like... The lenses of his glasses are not moving in correspondence to his model. I wonder if that's an effect because of my poison thing or whatever magic or something. But like you can tell they're animated or separately or something.
Octien is a powerful sorcerer with tremendous influence. If you attacked him outright, you would lose all credibility. We must play his game. The only one capable of dealing with Octien in Edessa will be another Templar. Luckily, we have one. Her name is Templar Joriel.
Yeah, from this angle.
Wisdom and strength of character. She and Octien rarely.
Yeah, I think my magic dome is messing with it. You wouldn't notice it otherwise. How can Joriel help?
Make Octien answer for his crimes, then we will gain access to his information. That includes the location of Ventrinio's lab. If you wish to uncover the mystery of your deaths, then you will need Ventrinio. He is the key to Alabastra. Find Templar Joriel in Edessa. We don't have much evidence, but I have a feeling she will help us.
Alright, I can go into this next tier, right? That'll max out that. Oh, you know what? Nope, nope, nope. Undo. That is what I said I wanted to do this on this level up. And then here. I go to abilities now. I'll get rid of this. I'll take it. Yeah, so I want to run that because I can use it to heal. The cooldown on that thing. It won't let me use it again. I might be able to use it to help me save money on potions and stuff. Gabrielle shield. +1 to might. I'm curious about doing that subsequent playthrough. Again, that'll be a future playthrough. So it seems like I have a future playthrough for my top 3 favorite games in one way, shape, or form. Yeah, goodbye. I don't care. So crosscode will have the prepare to high whenever I want to torture myself with that. Kingdoms of Amalur will have yellow and purple only. Very hard. And Final Fantasy 12 is going to have a randomizer. Now, thankfully, I don't believe that randomizes key items, so... Because obviously they're plot related.
who's the fresh face? It's right beside me. So long.
My poor old... Some days I dream that... Why, that's... Now it just hangs on the wall. Repair this? You can find the hermit...
I'm quartermaster here. Tell me what you... need, and I'll see what I can do.
Items.
If you're traveling, you'll need supplies.
All right.
Blacksmith.
Polished armor means you haven't used it yet.
That's an interesting way of putting that into perspective. Very true. All right. So I'm taking a small break from, like, I want to get the next story section done, but I just want to get myself safe here. And by getting myself safe, I need to ensure that I possess every single mid-tier trainer. I'm in mid-tier on all skills, advanced. So I know, or no, except for stealth. I need to double check. Let me I know I'm pretty sure I got Star Camp. Let me go to Moon Camp. If that's the case, then I'm going to need to put my next level up point into stealth. Because I know I used the skill book. Right? I'd still have it if I didn't. I bunked all my skill books that I used. Which trainer are you?
Oh, such a song.
You're the merchant.
Lost
Oh.
and found. I have not had such tale.
All training complete.
Farewell.
So I got it from him. I'm 90% sure I got the Star Camp one, but I will double check.
Need enough. Now come, fellow traveler. Ain't much like a bit of gossip to soothe the tongue, isn't it? May the ground be soft. They say the Hierophant is no more. Without her watching over us, my training...
So I've not actually registered a point for stealth then. That's the skill book and two trainers. So next level up has to go into stealth. Before I continue this quest, let's just run through all the other tier 2 trainers. Alchemy's tier 2 trainer is in Rathier. It's it's in the Scholia Arcana. So in the Mages School. Let's run up to the Mages School. Buy that. I'm pretty sure there's others along the way we can probably get to. The Mage School actually has quite a few. Yeah, I really need to get a good level up soon. I know I just leveled up, so it'll be a while. But yeah, I need a level up to be able to get the next, to be able to buy the stealth one. There's alchemy and sagecraft here, I believe.
I'm done with my formal lecture, but I am always happy to
Oh,
discuss...
I guess I've already bought in the Sagecraft one. I think I did that so I could gain access to crafting the gem qualities I wanted.
Is it something you need? Remember, everyone be sure to do that.
Alchemy is about create will.
And then that's disenchanting, I think, over there. Once I get the armor set, I'm then going to I'm going to do catch up on all stuff Warsworn, so then I can go do the Warsworn quest line, because I want to pick the villain role. It's the only option in the game that has substantial drawback or repercussion. Though I don't know about the travelers, because I've never actually sided with the hero font in the travelers quest line. The mage one does not change at all. It's literally basically like what kind of conviction do you have? It doesn't change anything. It's weird. The House of Ballads one gives you the same twist of fate either choice. The choice just determines whether you let the maid die or not. If you let her live, you rule together, and she'll constantly refer to you as her king or queen, like basically her spouse. But all the other people of the court hate the hell out of you. But if you kill her, you get a massive amount of experience, and everyone loves you. Okay. Blacksmithing I can't do yet. Detect hidden is I know for a fact I'm good on, what was it? Detect hidden and mercantile. Oops, wrong thing. Yeah, detect hidden and mercantile are fine. And so is dispelling and lockpicking. I know I just did dispelling though. Persuasion, I've probably already bought persuasion. I know I got the Sagecraft one because I just checked it. Persuasion is in Adesa in the forums.
Good tidings.
Another? Yes. What?
I think I gotta head to the islands first. That's the forum, okay. I've probably already gotten this one, but I just want to double check.
What's needed? This is a marvelous city to walk, isn't it?
Yep.
To look down on the be well.
It's just blacksmithing and stealth that I need. Blacksmithing, you have to do a quest within a quest. Basically, the hermit requires you to... You can talk to the hermit at any time, and he needs you to do a quest. But... The, blacksmith, but... You can't... This quest to fetch the hermit cannot be completed until you do the hermit's quest. Persuasion can make the quest easier, though. Might as well take the external route. Oh, yes, spider, go away. All of them are dead. Wow, have I not done the spider quest yet? I guess I started it after the fact. Alright. I just came this way so I get the lore stone.
First, he made the river in the Ark of the Great Snake.
I do want to collect all the lore stones, right? So
he turned his attention to the cliffs, the dunes, the depths.
yeah, no. Yeah, no. Let's just run away. Is that a kobold? Nope. Yeah, persuasion does help with this quest, though. It's actually this guy that's the trainer, but you can't train with him until he goes back to the fortress.
The carver made by the morning what takes the cycle's centuries to shape. He bored holes in the red marches and chiseled the spine in the Ulcerund. Echoes rang through the canyons of...
Normally, I'd advise you to take a leap off that ledge. But at the moment, I find don't think you'll get anything out of it, though. Damned kobolds is what. There are things for it. Easy to gather myself. Iron fast. What could they possibly... I'll need spider sack eye. Can you get me those?
All right. Hop down here. We'll get the southern one first because I believe that's out of the way. Let's get this lore stone first. It's gonna trigger a fight though. Thought it would.
The carver rested. He grew a mountain crowned with clouds by the river and leaned against its side to sleep. Ages passed, and the sand settled into his work, and all the land was still.
This will trigger a fight. Oh my god, it's entirely giant spiders. Oh, yeah. Interruption! Yeah, die. Well, that'll get me the remaining stingers that I need, or whatever quest that was. I did not plan to pick up anything, though. I don't know if I actually read any of those. Alright. What I want is down here. I think that's more spiders. Yep. I will be able to get the final tier lightning spell though, but yeah, the final ice tier is not good because it creates just like a blizzard around your character, kind of like what the Skyrim spell does. And just like the Skyrim spell, it's not good. It's chip damage. It's garbage. You're doing like double-digit numbers at a point in the game, at like an end game where, in all honesty, if you're using blacksmithing, you're one-shotting things anyways. So, you know, like... Burn in hell, you stupid abomination. Oh, probably one of the most annoying enemies in the game. It's mostly just because of that poison projectile crap. 3 projectiles that home in on you for a long time. They flinch you, so they can effectively lock you into a move. Or they can stun lock you enough for him to get an attack on you. They can do decent damage. I will tell you, though, then this might be interesting. Oh, hey, Neko! Good to see ya. In the past, with Kingdoms of Amalur, I have cheated to, like, max out every ability in the ability tree. And I'll tell you, it's not as good as it sounds. You just end up defaulting to kind of one play style. You don't need all the abilities. You don't have enough slots for it all. Blacksmithing makes most things moot anyways.
He heard then the first whisper, the first mention.
Yeah, I beat my final Ys game, Neko, earlier, so I decided I still had time. I don't need to wake up too early tomorrow, so I'm like, hey, you know what? Let's play the Amalur, or let's do the Amalur stream I couldn't do yesterday. Game's going pretty good, pretty good. I'm just trying to get all the mid-tier trainers, so that way I know where I stand in terms of skills. I just got 2 left, but 1 I can't get until I level up again. I need stealth and blacksmithing. I need to complete the quest I'm on now to get the blacksmithing one. Then I'm gonna push through story more. So I can get the final armor set pieces I'm looking for. Yeah. Oh, in the Ys game, you mean? Yeah, I killed him. Oh, did I? Like, it was still close, believe it or not. But I did kill him. On the first attempt. I had a closer fight today. So a boss beat me, and on the second attempt, oh man, it was probably the ragiest moment of the stream. On the second attempt, he depleted all my items again, and I had 2 of my party members KO'd, and my final party member was like a couple hits away from death, and I somehow clutched it. I have no idea how I did it. I might actually go back and see if I can clip that moment. I don't know if I want to, though, because of the level of rage in it. Like, I had basically cemented myself to a loss. So I don't really know if I want to, clip myself in that kind of anger. Because I actually had to pause after the victory to collect myself. Got a drink, had a candy bar. Just because, like, the level of rage I was in from that fight. It was shortly after I came to the, like, in the following dungeon, I came to the realization that if I'm going to not scream out my goddamn mind, I had to cheat to level up my skills and to give myself some bonus experience. So when I confronted the final boss, all my skills were now maxed, and I had 3 of my characters in the 60s and the rest were mid-50s. And in a way, I would still say that final boss fight was close. Still had healing items left, but not as many as you'd think for being 10 levels over-leveled.
The summer fae suffered the winter's onslaught.
Yeah, so now I just gotta wait until Ys 10 comes out, because that's gonna be the next one. Supposedly, it's gonna have more like a Souls-like element to it. I just hope it's not gonna be too hard, because I do not like Souls-like games. I actually have that genre turned off in my Steam store. I dislike it that much. Well, you're behind me, dude, so you're at the disadvantage because I'm running away. No. Believe it or not, despite how angry I've gotten, I've never broken any equipment, any keyboards, controllers, nothing in my entire life. I'm very responsible and respectful of my equipment. If I were to, say, throw a game, like, back in the day, let's say I were to throw my Game Boy or something, or a controller, I would throw it into the couch, so that way it wouldn't get damaged. And only wireless controllers. I would never throw a corded controller, because I know that could damage things as well. Generally, what I would just do is I would just, like, I bang on my desk, I'll, like, pound on my bed. Like, I'll just do stuff that's non-destructive. No one, and the thing is, no one ever had to teach me that either. Like, I know to some people, like, they have to be taught to manage their anger. As someone that has a lifetime of anger problems, part of a diagnosed disorder I have, I've never been, like, actively aggressive or destructive with it. I don't know when to keep my mouth shut, if that's the best way to describe it.
Of course it is. But you mean, then old Braskin's in Eshara, is he? The sword is untouched, and that green apprentice, untrained? Damn it all! I swore I'd never... But the blade, it won't do. Be swift.
Yeah, I'm highly respectful of my equipment. As it stands right now, no. So I've never had a good history with horror stuff. While I consider my imagination to be one of my greatest assets, it's also my biggest weakness. Because my imagination is constantly always going, growing up, I would horror or general anything I perceived as scary would terrify me to the point that like I couldn't sleep. It would actually like physically affect me. And while I've come to see how predictable some things are, I don't do well with that kind of stress or anxiety anymore. So as it stands right now, no. I'm, in the future, maybe something like Phasmo, I might do like something multiplayer based, because when I'm with other people, a lot of my base emotions like rage, anger, anxiety can be suppressed. Like, if I'm ever in a moment that would make me rage and scream, if I was doing that exact same moment in multiplayer with a friend, I'd be more likely to laugh it off. So a game like Phasmo might be doable in multiplayer, but beyond that, I don't see myself, yeah, I think that's a good explanation. To give you an example, I'm going to tell you a story from when I was younger. So when I was younger, my mom had to get her car repaired. So me, my mom, and my grandma went to a dealership, the dealership to get it repaired. It was going to take a little bit. So me, my mom, and my grandma went to a Tim Hortons across the street. Like a coffee shop. And while we were there, on the front door to the Tim Hortons was a missing child sign. My mom and grandma commented on it, stating that it was a little girl that was kidnapped out of her second-story bedroom window. Well, I had a second-story bedroom window. I did not proceed to sleep in my bedroom for years. I could not sleep alone in my own room. I did not sleep alone in my own room until after I was 12. And this probably happened maybe when I was like, probably 6 to 8. I don't remember exactly when it happened, but so yeah, so like that. And in some ways, like, I still get heavily paranoid at night when I'm home alone and I hear strange sounds. It's gotten better though, but there was also during that time period too where my mom was starting to get sick with cancer. So I was trying to convince myself that the reason had changed, though it didn't change, it just added a reason. And I would tell other people this reason, that I was doing it to look out for my mom in case she needed me. Because I was sleeping in my mom's room. My mom actually even kicked me out of her bed, like told me to stop sleeping in her bed. She wanted me to sleep in my own room. She got me to do it a couple nights, but I was just back in her room over the years. And then, but my mom had like this electric recliner that she got from my great-grandpa when he passed. Yeah. You have to kind of be put in a setting where you don't have a choice, and that's eventually what happened with me. It also helped, too, that when I had to move in with my dad, he had a basement apartment. So, those windows, no one's getting through. So that generally helped. Knowing that I was kind of safe. But then when we moved, like, if it got to the point where I could sleep in my own room, but if I was the last one awake, I couldn't fall asleep. And if that happened, then I would end up, despite how much I don't like my dad, I would grab my stuff and sleep on the floor of his room. Because it was just the idea that there was someone there. But eventually, you know, I got more and more used to it. When I left my dad's custody, at that point, I had kind of gotten used to kind of sleeping in my own bed, in my own room. I guess because I just kind of felt safe in my uncle's house. And then from there, yeah, like college, here, where I live now. But yeah, for years, like, it was just bad. Like, at the very least, I wish, like, I don't know if they ever found that girl. I don't know what ever happened to her. I really wish, at the very least, you know, as someone that was so gravely affected by that incident, I could at least remember, like, the girl's name, or what happened, or, if she was ever found. I could probably Google it. Because, you know, if, like, say, for example, if she was never found, you know, I'd like to at least, you know, kind of honor her memory as an incident that gravely affected me, even though I had personally really nothing to do with her. Like, I didn't know who she was. I didn't know. But yet what happened to her also massively affected me. You know, mentally speaking, mentally, emotionally speaking. That incident probably set the groundwork for my, anxiety, in all honesty, for where it stands today. And the thing is, I don't know why that's terrified me so much. Like, there was no reasoning or evidence to say why that should have terrified me as much as it did. It just did. Like, I didn't have a history of being afraid of that stuff. I had a history of maybe being afraid of scary movies, but, like, when you were a kid, you were either terrified of scary movies or you were absolutely in love with them. There was no in-between, so I was just on the other. Maybe it could have also been, like, maybe it was a psychological thing, because my mom loved watching shows like CSI and Law and Order and other crime-based shows. So I wonder if maybe that, you know, those shows kind of left a psychological imprint on me as well. Because I don't like watching those shows anymore because it brings up that same level of anxiety. Like, I had some friends that loved the show Criminal Minds, which is kind of like, you know, those shows, but talks about, like, you know, people that actually have, like, psychopath type disorders. Like, honest to God, like, psychopaths and stuff, and like, I can't watch those shows anymore because they just terrify me too much. Like, I keep thinking it's like, that could be anyone I know, even though I know it's not necessarily true. I don't need, like, it's the same reason why I don't like watching the news. I don't, like, in that aspect of things, ignorance is bliss. I don't need to turn on the news to hear a 9-year-old girl was shot dead. I don't need to turn on the news to hear, you know, about the latest school shooting. You know, I don't want to hear that stuff. Not a documentary. It was a show. It was a fictitious show, a fake show. But, like, every episode was about them, you know, about, like, this new killer that was basically had, like, their methods of killing were very like psychopath type killing. Like I remember a few episodes. Like there was one episode where a girl, she died when her house burned down. And when they investigated the house, they discovered that there was the word bitch burned into the floor, and realized that the house was not set on fire by accident. Someone set it on fire. Then they found a bunch of matches underneath a boy's bed. Actually, was this criminal? No, this might have been CSI. Never mind. Sorry. No, the other episode I was thinking was a boy was found dead. A boy was found dead in the woods. They framed a neighbor who they knew had child pictures. They framed someone that they knew had that stuff for the thing. Yeah. What ended up happening though was in the end, the boy that died, his brother was so unbelievably frustrated with his kid brother that the brother basically broke his model plane. So what he did was he took the model plane and shoved it down his brother's throat and killed him that way. That's one episode I remember. While I never saw this episode, I heard a recap of it. There was another episode where there was a boy whose father was a counselor at a school, and he was spending a lot of time trying to help kids that were having a tough time, you know, in their lives. And the boy felt neglected by his dad. But he felt so angrily neglected by his dad that he started to take it out on the kids that his dad was looking after. So he started killing all those kids with a baseball bat. He would just find the kids and beat them to death. Like those are just a couple of episodes. Yeah. I'm down to change the topic, but I just wanted, like, I was just explaining to you, like, the type of, like, it's not a documentary. They're all fake. None of that stuff is real. And there were actors that actually left the show because of the type of content it was starting to cover. But yeah, let's absolutely change the subject. So I'm almost done this quest. I didn't realize this dungeon was as long as it was. I also hate Niskaru tyrants. What if I hit him with this? Oh, he's blocking me. I can volley with you as well. Wow, you are taking, like, no damage from that attack. There we go. You know what I was really getting into, though, lately? I was getting into, I watch them here and there, but there's, like, those compilation videos people put online of, just good moments. Like, good or very, like, tier-based, like, happy tears type moments. Like... Yeah, I agree. But yeah, like, there's compilations where it's like, you know, like, when a pet sees their owner after a long time type situation. And it's like they're really, oh man, like, some of them, like, if I ever feel like I'm backed up on a good cry, I turn to those kind of videos. And it also gives perspective too on some animals, like some animals that we really think are like dangerous of the danger. Yeah, wholesome compilations, yeah. Like there was one, like ones where it's like this guy, like I watched a video. A lion was being released out of its pen, and there was a guy, and this guy was the guy that found the lion and raised it back to health, and then gave it to the zoo, because it couldn't go back to the wild. And the lion comes bolting out into its enclosure, like super excited to like get out its energy. And the moment like the guy says, the guy calls out to the lion like midair skids into his direction and bolts towards him. And it tackles him out of love and affection. It's like, it's almost like it was out of a cartoon. And it's like, you know, like, it's one thing when it's like, oh, a dog misses its owner or a cat misses its owner. Like, those are some things, because like those are common pets. Those are common animals. You're going to kind of see that more often than you'd think. But like when it comes to like a lion or a bear, you know, like those are crazy. Like the idea that, you know, like you're not, it's not put into your head that those can be very compassionate animals. Nor that they can understand the circumstances they were put in too, right? Like there is an exhibit in the States somewhere, I forget where, that actually had an enclosure that was home to a lion, a tiger, and a bear. They shared an enclosure because they were acquired as babies by like a some drug dealers. And when they were found, they had to be rescued, and because of the trauma, they found comfort in each other, and all three of them basically had to basically live together. I know I think the lion passed away first, and then the tiger did. The bear's now all by himself. But like it's like really kind of interesting, wholesome moments like that.
Behold, here now. If you're done gawking, that's a
Thanks for the training. Like it's situations like that I feel like can really surprise you. Like, well, like not like, yeah, like I guess surprise you, you know, like it kind of amazes you that, hey, the world can actually work like this. I'm gonna buy more repair kits. Because I already know, like, I'm gonna repair my stuff now, and I already know it's going to, like, kill me. Yep, there's half my money. Okay, so I can't do stealth training yet, so we might as well just push on the story until I level up. It also goes to show you, too, how much animals can remember. Like there was another one where it's like a guy found like an injured gorilla, raised it back to health, you know, and then they released it into the wild. Years later, he comes back to see if he can try and find it again, and by calling out, the gorilla came to meet him. Is there a cooldown? Like, what's the cooldown on that healing spell? I've never really used this before, so I don't really know what the cooldown is. Let's head up the stairs here.
Yes? What do you want? I am not. I see. Think very, very carefully.
You're leaving in 30 minutes? Alright, well,
Is a Templar. He is in a position of
whether, I don't know if you got anything to do for the 30 minutes, but if you're staying here, thanks. If not, I'll see you another time. But, it was at least nice for you to stop by.
Make no mistake, stranger. If you initiate hostilities with a Templar, justice is pursued when a Templar confesses to his crimes. Then and only then. And Octien will confess to nothing. I can do no more for you. Trouble me no further with this matter, especially when you have... We have, as such, Templar...
At the very least, though, I explained why I'm apprehensive about horror games. It's just the way my mental state is. But, like I said, the only circumstance that would push past a horror game is if I don't do it alone.
Hello. I'm here to send regrets on behalf.
But I don't have a whole lot of VTuber friends right now. Though there are a few I know of that would... and some of them... Like, I have one friend, he has... he enjoys Phasmo and Dead by Daylight, so...
A personal one.
If I ever buy those games...
I am a political aide for Templar Joriel. I operate in a number of capacities for the Templars' official and...
What are you talking about?
...has suspected for some time the crimes that you've levied against Templar Octien. But like you, she is frustrated by his status. Allow me to be direct. If you can make Templar Octien publicly acknowledge his crimes, then Templar Joriel will reward you. She will be your patron of sorts. You wish to bring the Templar to justice. As my superior no doubt told you, the Templar...
Yeah, but it might be the only horror I can tolerate. At least it could also be used as like a transitional state too, right? Where it's like, if I can get used to that horror, I might be able to handle single player horror, right? Like, you know, kind of like, because I'm just not familiar with any horror at all. So it's, like, I get stress and anxiety and time-based stuff. Like, I don't like games that put me under a time limit. Like, it's one of the reasons why I've never really played Majora's Mask, for example, is just... Like, the idea of this time limit. Like, when I played Final Fantasy Lightning Returns, I played that in my, before I ever started streaming. I had to use a cheat to allow me to control time of day. I could not play that game without using a cheat. The stress of being able to complete the game without, like at that point I had just beaten 13-2, and I had, prior to that, beaten 13. I just wanted the story at that point, so I gave up, like when I learned it was a time limit system, like, I gave up on that. I immediately looked for a cheat that would allow me to control time of day. I could fast forward and reverse time and stuff. Bloodborne? Yeah, is that a horror? Like, I know that's a Souls-like game, but what is it, like a horror-based Souls-like? Because I've heard Bloodborne is easier than Dark Souls. But it's still a Souls-like, so the concept has been turned off on me.
Their white palm are hardly thugs. Simply finding them cost me a small fortune. When I expect you are a child. These crimes, as you call them, shall be my final triumph. Innocent blood has been the price for this research. But the Well of Souls is... I do have one confession, though it's not the one you seek. If a fight is what you desire... Unfortunately, I cannot say the same for you. The wise and the foolish to think that Hughes gave away such a gift to you. Perhaps I'll give Intrinio your corpse to examine. After all, you met your first death as his assistant. It would be a reunion. Of course. And it's such a pity you'll never...
I know, like, Bloodborne's like a vampire-style game, but, like, I don't know much about it. Like, once I hear a game is Souls-like, I'm immediately turned off. Okay. I might like that. I can get by some elements if, like, the thing is, a game like Bloodborne, from just what I've seen, is not... It's not Souls-like by design. Or, no, what I mean is, sorry, not that. It is not... What did I do? The game is, what I mean to say is it's not a horror game by design. It's a Souls-like game. So I could probably stomach that one. And if anything, if it's more based off of, like, various lore-style concepts, I'd probably enjoy that part of it. I very much enjoy games with heavy lore. I like to understand things. I like to see the world building, the storytelling. Generally why I don't think too much on games like Left 4 Dead because... Or Dark Souls, because the story is not necessarily told. You know, you have to discover it, but... You have to discover it in sometimes the most cryptic way possible. And it's like... At that point, I'll just look up a video, but I'd prefer the game to kind of like... At least in some ways, tell me. Oh, is it PlayStation exclusive? Okay, then I'll probably never play it. I have no intention of buying new consoles. I barely play the ones I have. And I don't have a card yet. Like, I don't have a capture card. So I wouldn't be able to... I can't play any of the consoles I do have. Like, the Ys-like games, like the Ys 10, when that comes out, I was reading an article. They're changing up the combat format of Ys again, and it looks like they might make it more Souls-like, but they're gonna try and keep the same general aspect the Ys games have carried, so it won't, the producer said it's not going to be a super hard game or anything. They like to keep the Ys franchise flexible for most players, so most players can get an enjoyment out of it. Anyone that can pick it up can play it. So they're gonna kind of mix the Ys format with like the Souls-like format potentially. Man, it really goes to show you how defensive I am magic-wise. Because magic is doing nothing to me. He's just bombarding me with spells that are literally not hurting me. It's actually crazy how little damage his spells are doing. Isn't it the ability in Might that also buffs elemental elemental resistance? So with that buffed to what it is, well, that needs to go higher. It's at a, why is it at a 5? I have a +2 on, don't I? I need one more point into that thing then. See, I'm taking like a massive little amount of damage here from magic, which is good because magic enemies tend to be the most annoying in the game. So, can I loot these bodies, please? It's not. That's the most evil thing you've done so far, Octane, is prevent me from getting my loot. Oh well. Time for one of the most badass scenes in the game. Four! Home run! Anyone else played baseball with a gnome?
I certainly don't know what is. It is clear that we Templars must make him assume responsibility for his actions, overt as well as hidden. Even though you went against my explicit instruction, you were effective. You have my respect. Should he survive the
Yeah. There's the way the reckoning mode finishers work is generally based off of race, but there are a few that are scripted. Like so like trolls will always die the same way to it, but there's very few unique ones. There's 2 giant bosses, so theirs are unique. Then there's specific bosses that are scripted. So Octane here is the only one that dies that way because it's very environmental based. And then the final bosses of Fatesworn and Deadmen or Dead Kells will die the same way. They get impaled into a ground by a giant flail. But most other enemies, like even bosses, will die the same way that like if it's a humanoid boss, it's gonna die the same way as any other human-related enemy dies.
One name I never expected to be brought into this business. It seems he has escaped the gallows yet again. I believe your friend Scholar Hughes may be able to help. While you were here, my people found him salvaging the tomes Octien attempted to burn. Now, you must excuse me. A Templar has fallen from power, and Edessa's political buzzards are circling.
What?
Good tidings.
Nope, it's the wrong way. Where am I going? The mini-map's confusing me.
It was my mistake to assume that Octien would go quietly, or that he would leave evidence behind. Such a waste. Some of those books he burned were centuries old, but luckily for us, I was able to salvage some from the flames. Oh, a great many prizes. Treatises on the nature of death, tables upon tables, based off of what I've read in these pages. Ventrinia has been working on an island off of Cluricon.
What are we waiting for?
The Cluricon still hides our Tuatha enemies. But this young lady, Ailyn Shear, says she has a solution for that. When you reach Ventrinia, beware. He is certainly a genius, but complicated. He may try killing you the second time for good measure. His mind may be dangerous, but it holds the secret to entering Alabastra. Oh, I will. In fact, I believe I'll be staying in a desert.
Other than VTubing?
With Octien out of the
Really, it's just, to me, all my passions are pretty much video games and YouTube. That's really all I've enjoyed, right? Like, I don't watch TV, I don't watch movies, I don't really pay attention to pop culture even, like, generally I have, like, a theme on YouTube I'm watching, but the VTubing theme really got me going, and you know, it's a way to content create with my imagination intact. I just need to actually sit down. Like, the problem is I'm an idea guy. I'm not much of a doing guy. So it's hard to do what my ideas want. I don't really have the attention span for it either. But yeah, that, like, I've never even been a Twitch person. Like, there's so many people, it's like, hey, have you, I was watching this person, and I'm like, I don't know who that is. Right? Like, if they don't upload to YouTube, I've likely never heard of them. And even then, there's still a chance I haven't. Right? Like, Asmongold, I've only just started recently watching, and he's huge on Twitch. Right? It's just, I've just, like, YouTube is where I've always gone for fun and enjoyment, and live streaming on there just kind of amplified things. Like, it's like, the thing is, I never even used to like watching live streams. That's the crazy part. Okay, let me do a quick side quest before I get into this, because I'll be able to, I can turn this in. Oh. I never even used to like watching live streams. I usually preferred to watch VODs, but I got into... But Hololive and VTubers are what got me into watching the live streams themselves. Please give me enough experience.
Oh, you mind you, they're not suited for combat. Ah, with the Jotun and the so long.
Quests. To me, VTubing is only, like, I'm only into VTubing as an attempt to maybe do some content creation, which I've always wanted to do. Favorite Hololive member is Callie. And that's because Callie is the reason I'm VTubing. Off With Your Heads is the song that basically got my gears rolling. It's like, it made me realize, like, there's a fan art I posted on Twitter a while ago. It was actually going to be a cross-stitch design I made, but it turned to be way too much of a project. But it's effectively Callie walking away with me, with her arm over my shoulder, with her scythe in her other hand with blood on it, a guy decapitated on the ground with his phone facing up, showing Twitter. And it was based off the line that has never left my head, which is, start creating, stop tweeting. And while I wasn't a tweeter per se, I'm still getting used to using social media. I'm more of a lurker. I'm just someone that likes to see things, not participate in them. But it's just this idea. It's like, I can't create if I don't start creating. I figured at the very least I would start with streaming just to try and, get a fan base started per se. But I really should be sitting down and actually working on, actual content and stuff. I already got commission set up to help me with that stuff. Yeah. I plan to get back into cross-stitching. My actual... on Thursday is going to be my first official return to cross-stitching. It's a way easier design. So to give you an idea, my previous cross-stitch was 2 feet by 3 feet, and it was an 8 count 22, which means that the squares are very, very small. Very small. And the whole thing was to be stitched. Now, it's 1 foot by 1 foot. It's an 8 count 18, so the squares are a bit larger. And I don't have to cross-stitch the whole thing. So it's like, it's going to be way easier. So this cross-stitch is going to be my top 5 favorite VTubers. Not just Hololive, but top 5. but I will only be releasing the next VTuber when I complete the current one. So I'm starting with Callie, and then there'll be 4 more after her, and then I'm going to be finishing, and then it'll all finish up.
But he has done well. But I will administer a new form. Yes.
Well, look at you.
If you can understand what... Very well. I see. Well, I'm happy to have had your help, yes.
Here's the level up.
I've waited so long. Very well. Yes.
Yeah, like when I complete the cross stitch 2, I plan to do a time lapse of it and put that on my channel. Probably might take a while to do, but I'm gonna do like 1 stream a week, and there'll be chatting streams, so people can just show up and chat with me and talk with me. It's gonna be a fun time. I'll have music playing in the background so we can like just like dance and chill. And then, and, you know, and I want to do actual other content too. I have some ideas. I just really need to, I just need to think them through a bit more. Like, I have a BGM. I'll pause the game audio here. So this is my BGM right now. I had it made when I got started, but I only play it during openings and closings. The thing is like, I don't know how long I'll be streaming for, and I don't want that to loop the entire time. Especially since I can't hear it. When I play music, I'll switch it back now. When I play music, I want to be able to hear it myself too, because I can kind of jam to it a little bit too. But basically, there's a guy on he used to be on like credited by almost every YouTuber. He has effectively 81 hours of just royalty-free music. So I put his entire library on loop, shuffle and loop, and it just plays through. I skip songs if I don't care for it in the moment or whatever, but and I just have the whole thing go on loop. Okay, so with that said and done, I did hit my level up. So where's the stealth trainer? So I can finally get him. Adesa in the Hospitalis quarters. So it's going to be on the mainland. I do appreciate the BGM offer though. But right now I'm pretty good with the stuff I have.
Care to browse? I can promise you'll always find the goods you need. Share them with who? With... You mean it, don't you? You actually care about... Please, come by again.
What? Got the forge hot, stranger. If you need repair work for... Aye? And I suppose... I've been there before. I know what life is like in the gutters. I'll pay my part, aye. But it's you that's more deserving, I think. Here's some coin. All right, then.
There it is. BGM was also tricky to figure out. Like, the funny thing was, is like, I had stuff I had, like, there was things I wanted for when I was a VTuber, like a model, overlay, music, but I didn't really have any idea what I wanted those things to be.
You want something?
There we go. Now, what skill books am I missing? Yeah. Well, I'm not gonna say no, but like if you want to do it all on your own, go for it. But I'm not I'm not here asking you. Like I have a BGM I quite enjoy. Blacksmithing, I can't get that skill book yet. That's part of that mission. Persuasion is a part of a quest here in Edessa. Yeah, so it's going to be... So yeah, so all I need is blacksmithing and... I need blacksmithing and persuasion.
Yes?
I'm not going to bother with either of those right now, though. Now time for war. Oh, yeah. Well, as long as you meet the deadline, right? What does it matter?
Do not miss Leogriff's many marvels.
So the good news about where I stand on skills now is that outside of persuasion has to stop here. Like I can put 2 more points into persuasion and that's that, because I still got the trainer and the skill book, and the same with blacksmithing. Everything else can go to the final tier, can go to here, so that I can buy the trainer. Likelihood is, though, that for Fatesworn I might respec. Fatesworn adds in a new stat, and you won't have enough points to max everything. But with Universalist, you can max it. If I respec, I can give myself allowance to max it. To be honest, with all the bonuses and extra trainers and stuff, you probably could max it even on a default character. Max everything. Alright, time for war.
Someone else. What do you... Another advocate for this absurd plan. Look to Rathir. We take in refuge. And now you, a stranger. Mel Senshir stands as Rathir. This city... I'll tell them to meet you at the dock. Go.
Alright, time for war. He just gave me something I don't care about. Yay! The other problem too is that the world building in my imagination consists of many characters, but to keep the world going at the pace I want, to not have to worry about conflictions or anything like that, I want to control all that. So I have to basically voice all those characters. So I also have to sit down with a voice changer and get all that sorted out too. And, you know, like I've already released the second character in my lore. Adira Suliek. I released her on my birthday on January 31st. And I haven't gotten down to like fourth wall breaking here, but to figure out a voice for her yet. Take me to Mel Senshir.
Agarth, you know better than any of us how this will end. Why must we fight a war that you know we will not win?
You would still ask that to Lara, after all you've seen.
Until I get an answer, Fate Weaver. Until then.
Why do we fight? Because there is hope. Because only through battle can we break the chains that fate has forged.
Yeah, when I play certain games, I always make, like, when I play Skyrim or Oblivion, or, like, when I play open world RPGs like this, I, for some reason, always make girls. But in this particular case, I modeled the girl after the profile pic of my illustrator when I first commissioned her. It was kind of a way of, I even named my character after her as well, Minhart. It was kind of like an in honor thing. Sort of like what I did in Digimon, where I named all my party members after friends and stuff. Like, she was named after one of them too. I named Omnimon after her. But yeah, like, doesn't really change anything. I don't know why I just always pick girls. Probably because the guy models look ugly as hell. Like, I'm not looking for the most attractive character in the world. Are you Persuasion? I guess I can't afford you yet.
Not exactly the heroes of legend. Likely our scouts report that the Tuatha are indeed Mal. If we can kill Witch Knight Mal soon, when you're ready.
Okay, when I'm ready, good, because I have a couple things to deal with. Oh, she's gonna follow me. She can wait though, because first things first, this guy's gonna sell me a backpack.
Back again.
There's some trainers to the side here. Yeah, like I named I did that, yeah. Well, it's like that one I did more as a joke, because almost every time you came into my stream when I was playing Digimon, you're just like, Renamon's best girl. And I'm just like, okay. So I'm like, you know what? Sure, go for it. I didn't plan on using her, so it just worked out in the end, right? Like, I wouldn't Digivolve her or anything. It would just stay Renamon.
Give your armor to Tarek Smith for repair.
Max Mercantile right there. Which is actually the best thing I could have done, because it's going to make the other one, everything else cheaper. Mercantile even affects trainers. Your yeah, I think you're blacksmithing. Detect Hidden is not available yet. Alright. Well, thanks for stopping by, Neko. Thanks for chatting with me. I appreciate it.
You didn't think I'd miss this. I hope you're ready for what lies ahead. This is Mel Senshir's fate was sealed long ago. You may be able to change that, but the two won't be on your way.
Too bad you're gonna miss out on like the biggest fight of the game, or at least my favorite part of the game. What does the other vendor sell, just to be sure?
I'm not interested in it.
He sold accessories. That would be a pretty good one for handling magic. 1/5 less magic cost on abilities and a 20% magic resistance.
Drink it or a gem. Another time then.
All right, I'm gonna throw in a quick savity save.
What is it? Time is running out. Steel yourselves. The battle is not to be. Then let us go. When they enter the you and Talera will.
All right. So if you complete the Agarth one where you get the Gurler Spear, you can enter Mel Senshir, but you can't proceed until you've done the Octane part. Man, this is still loud, even with everything turned down.
For Malwyn can now begin in earnest. I will take one path, and if a Wygland's troops hold, then Malwyn will. Now we must get moving.
Oh, I actually really... This is probably my favorite part of the game, in all honesty. Just, like, the general rush of, like... It feels very Lord of the Rings-esque. Bull in a china shop. Does that break several breakables? Smash 1,000 objects. I didn't even break anything that time. But it, like... I wouldn't call myself the biggest Lord of the Rings fan in the world, but I did enjoy the movies. I've not read the books. But I really enjoyed the Helm's Deep moment in the movies. And to me, this is, like, very a la Helm's Deep to me. Bleed as I do nothing but cast fire at you. Bleed as I do nothing that involves anything sharp to potentially make you do so. As I launch ice that will freeze you, fire that will burn you, or electricity that will potentially cauterize any wound that I damage you with. Bleed! Dude's never seen Star Wars before. Oh, God. Yeah. Not keeping that up. Yo, let's knock down the ladders. Ouch. You need my protection.
Fine on my own. In any event, you've got to get it to let you on your way.
Finally, some reinforcements. It doesn't matter. We tried to fight off the two upper, but they took most of our company prisoner. You could get in amongst them, silently if possible, and save what's left of them.
No problem. Stealth's not great, but I am using daggers. There's a guard there. He's slowly inkling forward. I have an invisibility potion. Turns around, I can... Oh, it's an invincibility potion I have. Well, that won't help. Well, maybe. Let's give it a try. I don't think I've ever actually successfully stealthed the group before. I usually just go in guns blazing. I don't know if that gets anyone killed, but yeah, usually I save some of them anyway. Yo! That delayed dagger attack, this one, is a guaranteed crit. Douche. 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 One of the attacks in that combo is, I'm pretty sure, a guaranteed crit. Oh, everyone died. Good to know. Well, there's a lot of loot here. I honestly think that the purple only, like, it'll be a lot easier in this playthrough than it would be in the original, because you have that vendor at the beginning of the game that you can buy purple stuff from, which would help, but it's still going to be random as to what I get. And if I might limit myself in that playthrough to only using a primary class. So like if I'm playing warrior, I can't use anything mage related. I can't use anything finesse related. I think I might actually do that too, is because that's gonna, like, already not playing, like, I'm playing Universalist in this playthrough because it removes a lot of it removes as many limitations as I can allow for what I can equip. But I'd like that would be a harder mode where it's like I can only use yellow or purple equipment. Not even like temporary, like not even just for like permanent, like, you know, like how I'm using the equipment items so that I don't have to I can equip stuff early. I wouldn't even be able to do that unless it's a purple or a yellow. That is the Baylor. The Baylor is a Niskaru god. I don't know why some of these bosses are only starting with only like minimal health. Like, he didn't even start at full health, and a lot of them are doing that for whatever reason. I will say, though, that, I think Finesse actually has it easiest out of the three classes, because Finesse has 2 Twists of Fate that both give +1, which would max out any trait, from any tier. You'd have Overhood maximum, so... Because an out of 4 skill only needs +1, and then both +7 and 6 and 7, 5 and 6 skills will only max with a +2. So having those, like, if I were to run sorcery, or warrior, I would have to run
This ends here!
Yeah, both warrior and mage don't use don't like would have to have like a trinket for +1, which I'm sure exists within the legendary capacity or the epic items, epic accessories capacity, but like I wouldn't have to focus on it if I went rogue.
You've got to destroy Baylor before I know, child. But her sacrifice.
For a second there, sorry, I thought I had the bow equipped. I don't know why. I never equipped it. I've not used it at any point during this battle, but hell, they just given shrugs? Serves him right. Suck it. I'd also be interested in maybe doing mage without having that mage shield. It'd be interesting. I probably would do single only, but I would probably leave just like the other ones. I'd probably leave that for something for fans to vote on in the future. That was kind of the intention at some point. It would be limit myself as much as possible in a very hard mode. Like, I can still use armor sets. If I find an armor set that's worth running, I can run it. But not all armor sets are going to be that worth running. And it's like, I don't want to add in the hybrid classes because it doubles my usability of equipment. Which, I'm trying to limit myself. I don't want to do that, right? Like I said, if I run Blade Master, I can run the same armor set I'm running for now. Because the one mage equipment that is on the weapon doesn't require, any actual mage, or it doesn't require any actual sorcery points, so you can run it on a Blade Master, which I never even considered, but again, why would you care when you can Blacksmith? In all honesty, in my own time, after I beat this game, I might just run Blade Master. I've never actually run a Blade Master, but it's the class that intrigues me the most. The only classes I've ever beaten the game on are Universalist, Shadowcaster. This is the first playthrough I beat the game on with a Shadowcaster. Universalist. Two more levels? I'll be a polymath. And I beat the game on Pure Warrior. So Warlord. What else did I beat the game on? I think that was it. I had planned to beat the game on everything. I kind of like half beat the game on Archmage. Like I did Archmage to beat to get the hard mode achievement, or at least in the original, but I didn't actually do everything in the game, so I don't really count it. I basically did the bare minimum I needed to complete the game. I was planning to do everything, but since I had just beaten the game, it felt kind of boring. Might and Sorcery to me is just a waste of time because it's a defensive gimmick in a game where you can make yourself invincible. Might was okay. So the way it was Might was my first playthrough after Re-Reckoning came out. I was like, you know what, I'm gonna play through all the classes. I'll start with pure Might. Finesse, Nightblade, here's the thing. Nightblade is interesting, but to me, Blade Master is the better Nightblade. It's the better Rogue. Rogue only gets ranged bonus. It doesn't get any melee bonuses. So both Dagger and Feyblade don't, like, they get a piercing bonus, but this is basically encouraging you to only use bow because of the range damage bonus. And bow is also affected by the piercing damage bonus, so it's basically encouraging you to main bow, which I guess makes sense with the amount of bow traits that are in the trait line. Dagger is almost just an afterthought. Now, it makes sense when you consider that bow is pretty much the only real ranged weapon in the game. But Blade Master is both ranged and melee, and piercing damage, and stealth bonus, and then Cutthroat, which I'm gonna just briefly look that up. Cutthroat Kingdoms. Amalur. Basically, you gotta knock an enemy down. That's what it means by fallen. You can either use a weapon combo or a finisher of an attack chain. When the enemy is on the floor, hit it. Easiest way to proc it is with abilities like Warcry. I usually use it and a quick snipe with the bow for an easy proc. Yeah. It can be, yeah. It all depends on what you make of the challenge. So yeah, so all Cutthroat means is to just literally knock an enemy down. It doesn't mean to kill them or anything. Knock them down and then hit them while they're down. All right. Almost at the Amalur. Oh. Yep. That actually hurt. Oh. Consumables. Put that there. Oh, that was close. Yo, more Tuatha. Like you can implement any sort of challenge if you into a game however you want, right? Like I'm finding this quite challenging in all honesty. Like it's gotten easier as the playthroughs commenced because of just finding better gear, but you know, in the future I plan to come back to this with a better challenge. Oh, god damn it. Must you go to hell, you stupid. Die, die, die. In which game? Skyrim or in Kingdoms of Amalur? I just want to understand which game you're talking about. Right, so I think this leads to the Balar fight. I love this fight because it honestly shows, like, in the game how powerful your character actually is. That was close. Normally with the game I'm playing right now, I don't know. Like, which final boss are we talking about? Like the DLC bosses or the? Because the final boss is isn't even human. So. I'm wondering what you're meaning by oh god. By his armor is very good. Final boss is also female. But there are some DLCs, some of the DLCs where it's like humanoid guys, such as Fate Sworn and Deadman Kell. Technically, even in, whatchamacallit, Heath and Naros, it's a male final boss too, but he's just not human. Oh god. Not gonna take any chances with damage here. Laser attack's pretty easy to avoid because he does it back and forth based off of your original positioning, so you can just trick him to somewhere. You can lure him, you can move forward or backwards to dodge it. Almost dead. It's actually kind of nice to beat this boss without like three-shotting him. Like to actually enjoy the fight. Oh, come on! You're almost dead. There we go. Let's do this. Like, this just, like, I love this part. Like, it really shows how much of a god, like, your character actually is. Hero of Mel Senshir. Achievement.
Tuatha, they're gone. After 10 years, I can't believe they're finally gone.
How bad are the casualties?
Many, but we all knew the risk. I almost joined them. The Tuatha had my back against the outer wall when there was this flash of light. I looked up, and all I saw was the silhouette of you on top of that beast. It was the most glorious sight of my life. But I never saw the general. I'd like to personally thank her.
I like, so this part is you can, so the general died, but you can literally throw her under the bus if you want to be a dick. You can say, like, she gave her life to save us. You can literally say she's gone.
Then the rumors of her dishonor will finally be silenced. She gave everything to us in the end, and the world will know that. When we rebuild these walls, we'll name them after General Talera. Her memory will stand as long as the ramparts shine. But she never would have been here had you not delivered her to us. It can never be enough, but we hope you'll accept this as our thanks. We freed the city, but the Tuatha still hold most of Cluricon. Over the years, they've infected every part of these swamps. Clearing them out isn't going to be easy, but we might have help. There are rumors of a small band of fighters harassing the Tuatha. Perhaps the hero of Mel Senshir.
Yep, more damage.
They're doing their best out there. Watch out for those red-eyed bastards.
Alright. So let me sell stuff. I'm going to use save some money. I'm going to use my repair kits here. I've now opened up a trainer. So this is the trainer you can miss out on if you pick the
Have you seen Adrian Tyr around? Haven't spoken to him since the battle.
what the? I think that's the wrong trainer. It's not you. Is it you then?
The Tuatha are on the run now.
Oh no, it's you.
Well, Warsworn, good to meet you. Have you come for scout training?
Yeah, she will attack you if you pick the villain ending of Warsworn. There's ways to still get to talk to her, but you have like one chance. It's like invisibility potion. Like it's like this like a 3-step process. So I'm not starting any quests or anything. My goal is to literally push the story so I can gain access to this armor set. I am now in Cluricon, so I now have access to one of the armor pieces. The legwear, or no, not the legwear, the Drowned Forest Cluricon. Southwest side down a hidden path.
You! Stop! State your business.
Keep your hands off me, fool. It is a pleasure to meet the Siegebreaker. Especially here, in a land where pleasure has been all too rare. I am Sidon the Outcast, Prince in exile of the House of Sorrows. I'm here to welcome you to our home. I see the hesitation in your eyes. Although I am Fae of the Winter Court, you and I have a common enemy. Indeed. You accomplished a great feat here. But the Tuatha Deon are far from defeated. Before striking the heart, you must trim the fat and cleave through the bones. If you wish to put an end to Gadflow's reign, meet my brother. Be careful.
You go ahead. It's been some time since Sidon and I had a chance to talk.
Indeed, Agar. I hear on the winds that you laid down your sword and drowned yourself in drink when you learned the ways of fate. And yet here you are, sword in hand, again the victor. How is this? Do the winds lie to me?
It's a long tale.
It started when I sobered up long enough to go bury a friend of mine in Alistar Tower. Or rather, that's what
You
I
know it.
planned to do.
Ouch. Die, die, die. Yeah, so there's... I need to go... I'll be seeing Ventremio before I can get the second armor set.
Is strong in this place. When first the Fae walked into its depths, it bore great fossils, bones of beasts greater and more terrifying than we Fae. But for all their
I will start
strength,
this quest, though.
the earth at their feet lasted longer. It sapped their strength, their life, their flesh.
I have waited some time for you to come, Siegebreaker. The House of Sorrows has need of your might. It is not as go to them.
So this is, So that is, another, like, side story quest.
It is as the Tuatha have learned. So I did. We are the bitter frost, the last few remnants of free winter fae. We have refused to bend knee to Gadflow or his god. Our numbers are few, but we have fought our kin as best we can. The once noble houses of sorrow, pride, and vengeance have all fallen under Gadflow's sway. Until they're freed, the Tuatha's ranks will continue to swell with the faithful.
What can I do?
Blind him, cut out his tongue, draw the venom from our land. Only then will we be able to begin to strike at Alabastra. The Tuatha have built Prismere chantries across Cluricon. From here, Gadflow rallies the faithful, preaches the word of Tirnoch, and corrupts our land. Destroy these chantries and disrupt Gadflow's ability to infect its land. Without Gadflow to guide them, the Tuatha in Cluricon will be disorganized and scattered. When this is done, we'll take you to Ventremio. He can help you breach Alabastra. Go now. Break the tyrant's grip.
All right. Ooh, chest. Nope. Nope, not yet. Come on, 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 come on. Oh, because I'm still in combat. Burn! I got help. Good luck, you pieces of crap. This is a trainer you need to make sure you can get your hands on. Like, so I can't talk to her now. I have to wait until I beat the Proving Grounds. Which is right up here. I have to beat that first before I can talk to her. But if you don't talk to her and buy her training, after you enter, there's a part where she's basically missable. After progression far enough into the Hall of Sorrows storyline. Or House of Sorrows storyline, sorry. Oh, it's a Zealot. Zealots are suicides. Suiciders. Take enough damage and then they'll basically self-destruct. So yeah, so I'm working towards getting rid of Gadflow's mirrors. 2 of them are in Drowned Forest, which is where I need to go for story purposes. Now, you can actually break the mirrors before you talk to Sidon. I'm actually going to run past every Tuatha. At the very least, running past all these maps is showing me the quests that I'm not starting right away. Go away. Go away. Why do you run faster than me? This is not even where I want to be. Oh, at least I got the fast travel for it. This is where I want to be. Don't see me, don't see me, don't see me, don't see me. Good.
Faithful, a child of dust is here for death. Their pitiful wish. Fear not what is over you, and blesses you with her unwielding reign. No longer shall we tolerate the mortals and their vile presence in our world.
Burn! Level up. I'm 1 level away from upgrading my trait, and then I'll be what is it? It's like 11 levels away to get Universalist. Once I get Universalist, I need to know what my trait tree is. Because I'm not really caring right now, because I'm gonna have to respec anyways when I get to Universalist, but then I will, because I think I only put bare minimum into Warrior. I kind of divided it more evenly, but when Fatesworn introduced level 50, it allowed me to completely recustomize my trait tree.
undying mortal from the well has returned. Your mere existence is an abomination against all things. How can you not
How are you, Godflow?
pervert the world, twisting it to their own ends? Your unnatural new life is only the latest in a long line of your kind's debaucheries. But Tiernok the Merciful chose me to be the cure. My army is the wildfire that will clear the land of you and your kind.
It's actually funny he calls her the merciful. You know, point out why when it happens. Always interesting to hear Winnie the Pooh be a villain. Alright, so let's focus on getting everything up into master tier. Just so I can have access to all that stuff, all that good stuff. Let's see. What do I want? What do I want? What do I want to level up here? Take that one. I will do that so that that's now capped. And then in this skill tree, that is officially capped. I'll put 1 point into that to cap that out. And that's good. Next level up, I get the next disciple-based class. I'll head in here. Since I'm in here, I might as well sell some stuff off.
I've got plenty of supplies if you...
Not that I really need a whole lot, or need to do that a whole lot, but... Inventory management's been pretty good, but this is the better... It's more of a straight line from here. So it said, what was it? It said, for this armor piece, it's, Drowned Forest, southwest side down a hidden path. So that's going to be right in the corner there. I really hope that they make a sequel to this, because I feel like there's so much of the world, the Kingdoms of Amalur world, that could be expanded on lore-wise, that I would really like to see expanded on. Like, maybe introduce more gods, maybe, you know, discuss more about the Niskaru and like, that world.
It was a time of change. The cycles of the seasons turned as ever, but inside the bones of the earth, there lurked a cold.
I'd like to see more Niskaru types, because all we know is that there's the Niskaru, these ones, the Tyrants, which are the big ones, and then the Balor, which was like basically a Niskaru god. I'd really like to learn more. Like, it's kind of like I'm saying with Skyrim. Like, there's still so much the Elder Scrolls can introduce. I can't wait for the story where the Thalmor get defeated. I want to see that, because that would be a huge era changer. And I think it'd be cool if like the Psijic Order was part of the reason why. I think that would be really cool. I also think another cool thing would be I really want a plot involving Jiggalag again. I never actually played the Shimmering Isles DLC in Oblivion, but I've read up about it. I've seen people play it. Like, Jiggalag to me is just like, he seems like such a cool character. And there was almost little to no mention of him in Elder Scrolls V. I think one book in the entire game was the only mention he got in the franchise. Which is, like, disgusting to me for, like... They spend an entire DLC building up this basically this optional, or this additional Daedric Prince that was so strong, other Daedric Princes literally had... All the Daedric Princes had to work together to imprison him as Sheogorath. And then that the Sheogorath in Skyrim is supposed to be... the main character of Oblivion. I'm also hoping, too, that the default flagship character for Skyrim is female. So generally, or not Skyrim, sorry, for Elder Scrolls 6. So, like, the general consensus for Elder Scrolls is that the main character is of the race of the region. General consensus. So, you know, in Oblivion, since it's in Cyrodiil, it's an Imperial Hammerfell, it's a Redguard. Like, you can pick whatever race you want, but, like, all the promotional artwork depicts the race of the region. So, like... It's a Nord for Skyrim, etc. But I personally would love to see the main character actually be female instead of a male, like all the other games have been.
Simple army. How will you fare, I wonder? Only a fool denies the power they can feel. Soon, Tiernach the Merciful.
So instead of going straight to the next mirror, I'm going to head south so I can get to the armor piece that I'm looking for. There's a lore stone here.
A group of Winter Fae, called the House of Sorrows, have built their lives around the Midden. They feed and tend the bodies there, and sanctify the ground with what dead they bring. It is they who preserve the culture of our people, and make this the cradle of winter. For their part, they have been given a beacon, a small sapling of white bark and red leaves, growing from the bodies in the Midden. They call it the Hallowed Tree.
Oh, god damn it. Nope. Nope. Nope, and right out of here. There's a thrush. But yeah, I would love to see a plot that's actually relevant to Jiggalag. I instinctively drank a potion, and then I realized it did almost no damage. I think I actually had to kill that thing for a quest. Though, with it already dead, that kind of puts me at a little bit of an advantage. Mario Bros, welcome back. Welcome back. You missed one of, like, the best fight scenes in the game. It's like the one scene in the game that really makes you almost feel like a god. Like, even in a lot of games where, like, they basically define, like, oh, you know, you have the power to change everything, power to, you know, this, that. But, like, very few games make you feel like that power is worth something. This game changes that. You actually have a few moments where you feel like, you know, like, that not even gods can stop you. And one of them just passed. Yeah, well, you can catch it in the VOD. There's a moment where you have to is it down here maybe? Ouch. Oh yeah, that's a hidden path right there. Yeah, don't follow me. Yeehaw, here it is. Armor. So that'll give me status effect duration, but my armor is going to drop by 20. Which is fine. And then when I get those pants, +1 to all stats. I'm going to try and maybe call this stream at the acquisition of the pants. And then the next Amalur stream, which I think is Saturday, I will push to get the Warsworn content done. So that way I can complete the Warsworn quest line and pick the villain ending without losing out on anything. And then and then I'll do the mage quest line, and I'll have all the +4s that I need to have everything maxed. I have Thresh's Seal. I have a ring. I have rings for sorcery and might. I have both. I have the Twist of Fate from Teeth of Narrows, and then I'll have the armor set. So +1 to everything at the end of that. And I'll officially be at the peak of power that I want for my character. But yeah, I gotta push story a bit more. Because the last armor piece I need is right here in Twilight's Pass. It's literally like the last area in the game. Or, like, this is the last area, and then it leads into here where the final boss is. This area is where that final armor piece is. I'm just gonna do that, and then it'll just be side quest cleanup. And then, like, I still have a lot of side quests I didn't even start yet. Like, I've actually probably not even started half the side quests. So it'll just be a lot of running around to do all that stuff, clean all that stuff up, get experience so I can reach fabled level ups and stuff. And Even though Teeth of Naros and Deadman Kel or Dead Kel's quests are still our earlier DLCs, I want to push the Fatesworn one until I can make the weapons that I need for that DLC, because those are the best weapons you can get in the game. So that will give me an advantage to use them in the other DLCs. Enough of your lies.
Ignore me, but death as you define it means little to us. The great cycle returns each to offer as to offer again. And every time they do, soon she will be born into this world. You will witness her power personally, and it will be the last thing your mortal flesh shall ever feel.
Before I warp back, yeah, I'm kind of a little disappointed on that myself. But to be fair, Mario Bros. Oh no, sorry, it's Try, never mind. I was thinking of Last Kazuna for a second, and to be fair, the O2 characters had a lot more involvement in Try than most of the O1 characters did. Davis, Cody, Yoli, Ken, they were all more useful than Sora was, that's for sure. I'll continue to be pissed about that. But Sora had one of the biggest character wastes. Like they literally developed the character to throw it away. That is literally what they did with Sora. Sora had defining character developments in season 1, a little bit more in season 2. Try developed her more, and then they threw it all away in Last Kazuna. I even felt Joe was a bit out of character in Try, but I guess it kind of makes sense. Like, to him, though, you know, he's the responsible one. He's the reliable one, and I guess he thought Digimon was too childish for him, and he was just trying to, But I think it also had to do with, like, he was trying to distance himself from Gomamon for a reason.
Yes, we will take you to his filthy tower on the island of Danistar. He hides. I would, but there will be more danger on the path ahead.
Lead the way.
Mel Senshir will be waiting there. We will meet again at the Shadow Tree on the coast.
Oh my god, no. You're good.
Through the woods and mountainside, through the hollows and green meadow, through the summer, winter, day and night.
You suck.
Through the hallowed halls of seasons and song, through the vengeance, pride and sorrow, echo the footfalls of the Grieves.
Yeah, most of them are.
The Tuatha are on the run. Good work. Plus, it's much more pleasant here without Gadflow bellowing at me from all corners. But enough pleasantry. Are you prepared for your reunion with Vanilla?
Well, the O2 characters, I think, kind of had some use, even though they weren't in Japan. But pretty much, and Izzy had use too. Izzy was plot relevant as well. I'm pretty sure, like, the rest of them are useless. Izzy was plot relevant, though, because he had a list of pretty much all the Digidestin in the world. But the story did center around Ty and Matt, for sure.
Just make sure he lives long enough to get us into Alabastra. Once that's done, it's none of my business. I believe our new friend has a disturbing path of living shadows.
Make it quick.
smells like death. Stay behind me.
Yeah, they didn't do that, but they couldn't do Sylphimon or to be fair, like they couldn't do Sylphimon or what does that status do anyways? 100% bleeding resistance. Well, let's get rid of that. But yeah, they couldn't use Sylphimon or Shikakumon. Because Tai and Kari were, or TK and Kari were nowhere near. I honestly feel like the last Kazuna movie wasn't really needed.
Use the same walls from their old lab. This'll be quick. Follow me and be careful. The lads are coming from somewhere in here.
I feel like it should have been a last hurrah for, like, I still think my plot changes would have made more sense. Yeah. To be perfectly honest, I don't think I would have minded him as much if they actually, like, didn't just cop out on it. Like, Davis and Ken was a surprise. And then, you know, Kyrie and Yoli was a surprise. And then all of a sudden it's like, well, it's Cody and TK. It has to be them. You know, but there was no build-up to their relationship or anything. It just happened. And it happened at, like, such a stupid time, too. Where just before Black War Greymon was going to destroy the last Destiny Stone. What a stupid time for that to happen. When both of the other Digivolutions occurred before Black War Greymon was even a problem. Or like, well, yeah, the Hyildramon happened before Black War Greymon. I don't remember if Sylphimon did or not, because I know it was against Bolossomon, which was during the time period Arukenimon was creating 10-pillar Digimon. But I don't remember if I don't remember, but I know Shikakumon obviously happened then. Because that's the last episode you see Black War Greymon for a while.
A new source of power? What sort of nonsense is this? If anything had come in here, my detection spells would have... Wait. Who's down there? Show yourself.
I just think it could have been a more plot-relevant Digimon. Like, hell, we got Magna Andromon before we got Shikakumon.
Damn it all! I don't care who you are. Get up here. Key to stabilizing you well.
Almost to the top. Hey, look, another burn pillar.
This is what I get for using all those soldiers. I never should have let them keep their souls.
That would have been interesting. I also, in all honesty, I would have loved to see Kari and TK DNA. I think that would have been cool too. You know, having like this like supreme angel Digimon. Two dead. I don't know. I'm more of a season 1 guy than a season 2 guy, so like to me, like relationship wise, Kari and TK had a way better relationship, so if Davis was never a like, Kyrie knew Davis, but if Davis wasn't a Digidestin, Kyrie wouldn't have bothered with him that much. Like, it's not like they were friends. Davis was just a guy that liked Kyrie and generally wouldn't take no for an answer. Yeah, fair enough, but I don't know, like, anyone could have had Demon. It didn't have to be Davis. Like, to me, Season 2 is kind of a weird season. Because, like, Season 1 had the crests, and it tried to help characters identify positive traits about themselves. You know, like sincerity, courage, friendship, knowledge, etc. But in Season 2, they tried to hash like multiple of like two of those into one person. Cody was supposed to be smart and reliable. Yoli is supposed to have love and sincerity. And of course, Yoli, being the only girl, had to have the two girl crests. God forbid we give her one of the guy crests. You know, and Davis had to be courage and friendship. Like, to be honest, I guess it makes sense that courage and friendship are paired. And I guess love and sincerity being paired makes sense too, but I don't know. It's just like, I just feel like they couldn't really figure out how to define the characters to some degree in Season 2. Because they're trying to make Davis both Ty and Matt. They're trying to make Cody be both Izzy and, like, Izzy and Joe, like, in my opinion, Cody's more wise than he is smart. I think Yolei's more smart than Cody is. I think Yoli should have had the Digi-Egg of knowledge. Personally speaking, to me. To me, I also think Cody is far more sincere. So I think sincerity should have gone to Cody. Cody should have had reliability and sincerity. Yoli could have had knowledge and love. Because Yoli is a very caring person. As shown many times in the season. I think those two crusts should have been switched.
It was terrible. You were the best assistant I ever had. Who else could have helped me get into Alabastra? Who else had that ambition? We got more than enough Prismere, but you wanted to track...
It's debatable. Cody at least maintained character. He was bland, but he stayed bland. Sora, they built up and then threw her off a cliff.
Speaking of which, how did you return anyway? What? That's impossible. You were attuned at this well. You've never even set foot in his lab. Hughes is a joke. He doesn't have the...
Yeah, I personally do believe Cody was a wasted character. Cody was just, like, so insignificant. Even in Last Kazuna, Cody was, like, still stupidly bland. Like, I would say the only light side was that Armadillomon and, you know, and Digmon and stuff were actually, like, really funny characters. Like, the Digimon of Season 2 were great. Like, Vmon, Hawkmon, and Armadillomon. They were all great. I loved each and every one of them. They all had their fun quirks and stuff. I just think each of their three Digi-Destined partners could have used more work to a small degree. Like, I don't think they're awful, but they could have been better, I think. I don't know if I would say Cody was annoying. The problem was, it's just Cody was insignificant. He showed very little sign of intelligence. Again, Yoli was the smart one. Yet Cody had the Digi-Egg of knowledge. I'm going to emphasize that again. I truly believe Cody should have the crest of reliability. Absolutely. Cody was actually a pretty reliable guy. But I think Cody generally cared about his friends a lot and was, like, tried to get along. Like, especially the ending, what he was trying to do with Mr. Oikawa, with Oikawa, was trying to bring, even after all he's done, he still tried to bring him into the digital world. That is sincere as fuck to me. Those two crest placements, I think, were the worst crest placements they could have made. Exactly. That's exactly what they did. But the thing is, you know what I also think they did too? Was that Sora and Izzy were basically second in command after Matt and Ty. So they wanted to have them both in the same episode, handing out their basically passing on their crests.
Of course I know who you are.
Because otherwise, because they would have had to choose either Joe or Mimi to do it instead. And likelihood is it probably would have been Joe, but Joe paired with Mimi. You know, like if you're looking at the I'm not gonna say relationships, but partnerships. It was Matt and Ty, Sora and Izzy, Joe and Mimi, and TK and Kari. That was the partnerships, right? Like basically the two that would fist bump. If there were going to be DNA digivolutions of the first season, that's the evolution pairing, right? Those are the two that got along the best in partnerships.
Unrefined Prismere from Alabastra. Perhaps we can make a deal after all.
So to me, I think it would have been better to maintain that partnership. One character gets both Joe and Mimi, and the other character gets both Izzy and Sora.
All my wood, at least we're still alive. Once I won't be talked to like that. I mean, I ought to watch what I say and offer any assistance required. Speaking of not killing me, I want you to have this talisman. It's something I salvaged from my well. And it might just... We got in with a little... See, it's all because of Callous Dren, the defender of pride. In his house, no one can stand before him. None can even approach, unless you have patience. I'm going to have to dig it out of the rubble of the tower. Go to the field of Huber, and I'll meet... And if you value your life, do not approach Dren. Get going, and remember, don't go near Dren.
It's like, God forbid we ever get a Power Ranger that wears pink, right? It's the same concept. A male Power Ranger to wear pink. They had to fight to get a female Red Ranger. There's a black Red Ranger too, finally. There's still no Asian Red Ranger, to my knowledge. Despite there being both Samurai, Ninja Storm, and Ninja Steel. 3 seasons that all feature... effectively Asian-related cultural things. Heaven forbid we have an Asian Red Ranger. Like in Power Rangers SPD, where the Alpha team was... There's that Alpha team that turned out to be evil. The director of that season had to fight with Disney to get the yeah, there's an Asian Blue Ranger, yeah, but like, why can't we have an Asian Red Ranger? That's pretty much what it was with Davis, yes. They gave him the 2 main character crests. Which I think also conflicted with his issues, because they literally tried to make Davis the 2 main character person. They tried to make one character play the role of 2 main characters. Personally, I think it would have been better if they included 2 more Digidestin that season. And just, you know, had all the crests passed down through Digi-Eggs. Though, obviously, TK and Kairi stay. But I just think, like, instead of Ken getting the stupid idea of the Crest of Kindness, Ken would have had friendship. Davis could have kept courage. Cody, I think, should have kept reliability. Love could stay with, Love could stay with Yoli, and then, oh, go to hell. Oh, I want to go the other way. Because that's where the fast travel point is. And then they'd introduce 2 more characters. One would get sincerity, one would get knowledge. Yoli could have love or knowledge, as a matter of fact. I should point that out. Love or knowledge. Because she was a smart person. Like, it's so stupid. Like, in hindsight, now it's just so stupid to me that the smartest member of the second season was not Crest of Knowledge. Instead, what they did was they gave the they gave the female character the 2 emotional crests. Notice how they did that? Both sincerity and love. Very emotional crests. They made the girl the emotional one. Because that aged well.
Like the gilded ghosts of youth, the curving plates of fey-like.
I think so. I think either courage or friendship would work well with Ken. Personally speaking, the either or would have worked well, because the concept of the crests was to awaken something in the original 8 Digidestin that they had suppressed. Right? Especially since it was blown off. Like, kindness got thrown away so just as quickly as they gave it to him. The crest only appeared to stop the Digimon Emperor's fortress from exploding. It was never used in a Digivolution. And the Digi-Egg of Kindness, which appeared out of absolutely nowhere, was only used in a radio play, or whatever it was called. Where the Digimon they were fighting knew all of their Digivolution, so they had to trade around eggs. And Ken just used the Digi-Egg of Kindness that he apparently always had for, you know, because of reasons. But I think courage or friendship could have worked with Ken. The problem is, for Ken to have been courage, because the thing is, courage, like, the main character has to be the fierce one with goggles. And that's not Ken. Just, in all honesty, it's not Ken. And usually the cold, moody one, like the tsundere, I could even argue, is usually the friendship character, right? You know, Matt, or even Koji from season 4. Yeah, exactly. Ken was, like, the reason why I think friendship would be better on Ken is because Ken was all alone, especially after his brother died. Ken literally isolated himself. He had no friends. And in the end, he learned what friendship was. Friendship was Ken's greatest trait. So I think Ken would have been great adopting the crest of friendship.
Not to try anything until we arrived. This wouldn't be related to Aylin and her friend coming down. If you were anyone else, I'd try to stop you. This can't end here.
The strength of contempt, fear, and hate courses through the rushing veins to the very fingertips. The instruments of war are readied, light in the grip, and machinations of the gauntlets of the Fey Hunter.
Sometimes one soldier can do what an entire army.
Yeah, exactly. I think they could have, personally to me, I think it would have been a much cooler concept as if there were 8 Digidestined to pass the torch to, with Kairi and TK being the ones to lead the group instead, because they had already experienced everything. Hey, Brad, welcome to the stream. Glad to see ya. How's your night been?
You're still alive. This took a little longer to find than I had hoped.
but it should be exactly what you need. Dren had a twin in the summer court, Dith the Defender of Valor. They were both...
We're just talking about various plot inconsistencies within Digimon Season 2. And things that we don't particularly like about it. We loved it. Keep in mind, me and Mario Bros love Digimon, and we don't hate any season, per se. He hates Fusion, but I've not seen Fusion. Like, we don't hate Season 2, we're just like, there's things that could have been better about it. Oh, your internet kind of sucks? Oh, well. Sorry. Sorry to hear that. I wish I could assist in that problem, but sadly, I don't have the capability to assist in that problem.
Turn back or die.
Wormmon actually has an evolution, or you just mean the Digi-Egg? Like the Digi-Egg evolution? Yeah, it's kind of stupid.
Then you shall die like the others. I made an oath to protect my house and my homeland. No power short of death can keep me from fulfilling my duties. I know your intentions are to free my people from the Tuatha. You seem an honorable sort. You even bear the blessing of my sister. But I have sworn an oath to defend my house and homeland. I cannot let you in without a fight, and you cannot win against me. If only things could be different. If only the Tuatha were gone and my sister was back.
Daimien Mon. Alright, well, thanks for stopping by, Brett. I'm at least happy you stopped by for a hello. Yeah, Neko, we're talking about really, like, weird consistencies within Season 2. Like, the distribution of crests and Digi-Eggs and how some of the characters could have been better.
My sister and I were chosen to protect our kind. So long as our houses stood, the Fae would never pass from this world.
No, that's no problem. I understand you, like, things occur out of our control, but I'm personally just happy that you wanted to stop by and say hi. That you decided to come in here and say hello. That to me means literally everything. That's the thing I appreciate the most. If you can stay, that's only a bonus. Godflow is my enemy, not pride.
If your true intent is to stop Godflow, then perhaps there is a way my house and my honor could remain pure. If you would promise to spare the House of Pride, then we could put aside our powers and have an honest battle. Win, and your army may pass.
Welcome back, Neko.
If this is the only way to secure a chance for my house's untainted survival, then so be it. If you should win, then destroy the Tuatha in my house and the hateful witch knight Myrna. Then we can be truly free.
Whoosh! Bleed! Goodbye. Whoosh! Okay. Okay, well that was stupid of me. I think Gallantmon would have been cool as a side character in Season 4. Oh. Blades are damaged. Let's repair them. Let's just repair everything. Ah! Ah! Did he actually appear in Season 4? What Digimon is the cutest? Oh, that's a good question. Now we're talking about cute, right? Like not beautiful, not sexy, but cute. Just cute. Like a plushie style cute.
You actually beat him. Guess I owe Ventrinio a drink.
If we're talking about cute... That's a good question. You know what? I think I'm going to say Lilymon. I think Lilymon is just super cute.
A promise is a promise, and the Witch Knights of Pride would be powerful allies to have on our side. I'll send a few soldiers along to help.
Calamon. Calamon stole your heart. Well, you're a big season 3 guy, right? So it makes sense that it would be something in season 3. What's your answer, Neko? Who's the cutest in your opinion? Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. That's fair. Gatomon is pretty cute. Well, I'm going in alone. Good to know. Yeah, agreed. Agreed. I think we can agree on that. That's why I wanted a definition on what cute was. It's kind of like with Lilymon. Lilymon is cute, and then it digivolves to Rosemon, and so it goes from like this cute lily flower to a dominatrix rose. I think I'm actually going to change weapons here. When did I get those? Let's sell those. Man, if only the mages knew how much they suck. Yeah, I'd agree with that. Gatomon, Calamon looking similar. Brock would probably have Golemon. Or not Golemon, Gatsumon as his rookie. That little, like, mini rock gremlin. Yeah, Renamon, yeah. Renamon's up there. It's the same as, like, Misty would probably have Betamon. Sure, whatever floats your boat, man. Go for it. Very true. To be perfectly honest, my comment on Beelzebubon is the angle when they use double impact. That's, like, sweet animation to me. Double impact! Like, the way they film that is just so good. The way they animated that. Leomon, those muscles. You gotta stop watching season 3. Like, I think one of my favorite moments is the Anjouamon versus Lady Devamon fight in season 1, because that scene was like, for a season that was really designed for kids, like, that scene was clearly made to be like, with like a cat fight element to it, but it was so uncomfortable. Even the characters saw that it was uncomfortable. Sora and Izzy are just like looking like, what is like. All the while Kari, who's innocent, is just like, yeah, go Anjuma, punch her back, you know. No, Tuatha.
We are merely a representative of the few untainted pride remaining. We are most honored by your intention to free our house.
Yeah. It's one thing when they, like, a show shows fan service, but, like, that was very little fan service, and even the characters in the show thought it was uncomfortable.
Simply carry forth and destroy Witch Knight Myrna, who has so commandeered our house. And her dreadful Prismere Chantry, of course. We are sure you'll have no problem finding her. We eagerly anticipate your success.
Yeah. And then Kyrie's the representation of every kid actually watching that's just like, hey, what's going on? Yo, Reckoning Mode, let's go. Bring it on. Oh, man. The 100 probably could have gotten me a level up. Wait, what was all those bonuses? There's a lot of bonuses on that shoe. Well, that's just that element. So that's basically a mage outfit. So is that one. Most of Digimon was for kids. There were a few moments. Pokemon, well, Pokemon does make sexy Pokemon, yes. But the fans can do that themselves. That's what the whole Poke Girl concept is. Not that I want to delve too much onto that, but if you followed Pokemon enough, you know what a Poke Girl is. Then there's also the Moamon mod for Emerald version, where like all the Pokemon are turned into Moe, like basically human Moe girls.
House of pride in our ineffable wisdom. Renounce your army is welcome here. We thank you kindly. And our mages have already been assisting your most excellent. Allow us to welcome you to Alabastra.
You level up. Oh, what am I leveling? What am I leveling? Let's do daggers again, I guess. I'll do Chakram. And we'll do Greatsword. And there it is, Polymath. So this is just minor incremental bonuses, but the big one is in Destinies. Or is in Skills, sorry. Everything is now at a +2. Like Yu-Gi-Oh's gonna be any better. Yu-Gi-Oh has the perfect concept is to make sexualized characters. Are you kidding me?
The House of now is the difficult part. We can hold Cluricon, where armies have been fated to fail. You, the army, meet at the House of Vengeance. I'll see you in Alabastra.
Alright. So now the story is literally just getting... But I just need to get the Twilight Pass. So that's where I'm heading. Oh, no, not that quest. Right here. So I just need to get to... just, like, let's just run to Twilight Pass in the first place. And then we'll worry about where I need to go from there. I'm sorry to say, but no matter where you go... Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's the first thing I thought of, too. No matter where you go, like, there's a reason Rule 34 exists, man. You're never gonna escape it. You're never... Pick any franchise, you will find stuff. Naruto is absolutely not any better. Agreed. Oh, this barrier. Oh, I remember Primordia. Primordia has an achievement behind it, but you can't enter there until after you beat Tirnoch. Yeah. Most anime, I feel like, does. Even anime that don't have, like... In all honesty, Naruto's actually pretty tame when it comes to, like, sexual, like, fan service and stuff, I should say. But even then, it's still there.
The High King Mathon.
Aga, I've been reviewing my notes of our last trip to Alabastra. These crystals are all drawn. In fact, she must be such a strong source of magic that the power she used when she killed you triggered the Well of Souls and pulled you back to life. You were attuned to the well in my lab, but Hugh's well captured your essence. Tirnoch's magic seems to have been the missing element. Something incredibly powerful. I don't know if we even have a name for what she is.
Yeah. Are you kidding me with One Piece? The female characters are either smoking hot or ugly as hell. There's no in-between on female characters.
Very close to coming into our world for good. So you've got to stop him before it's too late.
Dude, you won't escape it. Sandy Cheeks exists for a reason. Like, I may not be into sexual stuff, but I understand enough how Rule 34 works. I at the very least understand how Rule 34 works. You cannot name a franchise you cannot find at least decent quality stuff of. That's just how the internet is. Absolutely SpongeBob. I don't know about crossover stuff, but, like, that kind of stuff you might have to request from certain people. Yeah. Pretty much that's the rule. That's what Rule 34 is. If it exists, there's porn of it.
With horrors, screams, and ghostly face, we leave blood in a graven place. The forest black and nighttime sky, the blood that pours forth from your eye. A feast for maggots, craven all, that eat the dying when they fall. Instead of vibrant fighting flesh that fights the barghest and the thresh, that knows the plight of Seelie Fae, you who walked the Niralin's way, and reckon fates of mortal dust, and keep an oath or break a trust. We hunger for your corpse once more, to hear your cries and anguished roar.
Yep. Yep. You will never get away. And if Rule 34 doesn't exist, then Rule 35 will follow it. I am in Twilight Pass. So it says, instruction-wise, it says, down a jump point into water in the center.
We must hurry. There is much, and they are the survivors of Eventide. Forgive me. Ever when he first gasped one day, that is all gas. Wonderful. His camp of Casimir to the victory will be yours.
Is it here? Nope. Don't ask me. Yep. I will not have the answers you seek. I just know enough about how the internet works. That's it. To be fair, though, I'm not surprised about Hello Kitty, because Hello Kitty is, like, one of the... I think it's, like, one of, like, the... I think it's, like, the second most... Like, second, like, most profitable franchise in the world. It only follows Pokemon. And that's just because Hello Kitty is so big in Japan... And like, or not in Japan, but just in Asia in general. And the population of Asia makes up most of the world. So obviously it, you know, it sells well. It would sell well. I'm seeing jump points. That's a jump point, not into water. I think I see it. I think I see it. I think I see it. I think I see the jump point that I need. Oh, what a textbook dodge. Jump! 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 I don't know, I think it also generally depends on the ages, too. Season 1 was pretty innocent because they were all relatively young. Season And season, I would say season 4 was, like, they were older teenagers, so. And there it is. The final armor set. Final armor piece. +2 to dispelling, so that's going to max out dispelling. So yeah, so I can run this armor set on Blade Master just because see, so might, finesse, no stat requirement, and finesse. So I could run it on Blade Master if I wanted to. Oh. The game is telling me I cannot equip my shield. Excuse me, game, you are indeed very wrong. And that's that. I finally got the armor set I want. So now Thief is going to be at +4, and Might and Sorcery will be at +3 on abilities. So everything that's on Might, everything's that, you know, so like these are, that's 6 out of 5, 7 out of 6. Like, everything's basically 1 away from being capped. And then here, everything is capped. So 7 out of 5, 5 out of 4, 8 out of 6. Seven out of 5. So that's it. So if we actually... So I can fast travel out of here now. And now it's just going to be quest cleanup, so to speak. Mostly focusing on Warsworn related quests. I'm going to head to Shieldren Keep, and I'm going to activate one of the Shieldren Keep quests. Just to remind myself on Saturday where I stand. It's all the way at the bottom, though. I already know that. That one there, Brutal Contract. So I'm going to call the stream here I would say there's a massively successful second stream of the day. As well as some insightful conversation in regards to certain things, like why I'm not a particular fan of horror games or horror in general. The concept of how unescapable Rule 34 is, and just how how Digimon Season 2 is not as great as it may seem. What an interesting stream. So yeah, so I got no stream. Well, it's now rolled over into the next day, but I got no stream to, Wednesday night. Yeah, weirdest stream. But my Thursday stream is going to be my return to cross-stitching, and it's going to be a chatting-based stream, as I'm just going to be cross-stitching. So if anyone wants to show up and chat, shoot the shit, whatever you want to call it, feel free to show up and we can chat about almost anything. As long as we, keep it, within the realm of certain things. And yep, this is the end, Neko. Because it's 1 a.m. where I am. And I gotta make sure I can get a good, decent sleep for tomorrow. I need to be up by, at the very least, 11 a.m. Probably wake up sooner if I go to sleep right away, but we'll see. Yeah, so thanks you guys for showing up to the stream. My name's Daimien Kamiya. I am the Omni King, and be you friend, foe, or member of the Omni Council. I'm going to see you later. Goodbye.